It's about 29 now.
We have had the opportunity to go to the final agenda. Do I have a recommendation for that? Cole, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor, say motion, vote by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We've all had a chance to go over the minutes from the November 8th, November 9th, and November 16th meetings. Do I have a recommendation from the board?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recognition of guests.
We have lots of people here tonight. We have staff and students that we will recognize in our presentations. Ms. Matthews here from the news reporter, but we just welcome, our principals are here, several of them. I welcome everyone tonight. Thanks for being here.
Reorganization of the board.
Turn it over to Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, first thing on the agenda is the administration of the oath to our newly appointed Board of Education member, Mr. Dan Strickland, former superintendent, former assistant superintendent, former associate superintendent, now board member, sitting next to me, by the way. And Jess, if you would, could you swear him in, please? I forgot to mention his beautiful wife. I didn't know she was here. He was hiding her from me.
Interesting enough, Mr. Chairman, everybody, I'd like to know that the Bible that Mrs. Strickland will be holding tonight belonged to Mr. Strickland's grandfather, Mr. Prentice Strickland. And on top of that, it's the same Bible that was used, that Mr. Strickland's father, Dr. Strickland's father, Beasley Strickland, used to have his oath of office administered in 1982 and 1986 as a member of the Columbus County Board of Education. So congratulations on that family history there tonight, and continuing a long tradition of service. So congratulations, Dr. Strickland, on that. If you will put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand to me, please, sir. Dr. Strickland, do you solemnly swear that you will support and maintain the Constitution of the State of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that you will honestly, faithfully, and impartially discharge your duties as a member of the Columbus County Board of Education? Do. Congratulations, Dr.
Dr. Strickland, if you have any remarks, you can feel free to make them.
Well, thank you, Mr. Phipps and Mr. Chairman and Dr. Matters and your staff and everything. Thank you so much for entrusting to me this position and everything for this year. And I'd like to also mention Monty Herring, who was a friend of mine and worked together on the board for several years before I retired and everything. But also, I look forward to working with all of you, the administration and the teachers and administrators, you know, for the children of Columbus County, and we really appreciate that. So I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, the next order of business is nominations for the chairman of the Board of Education for the 21-22 school year. Do I have a motion for nomination of chairman?
Nominate Ronnie Strickland.
Ronnie Strickland has been nominated. Is there a second?
Motion to close.
Okay. Motion second. Motion to close the nominations. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Have a second. All those in favor of closing the nominations, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it, nominations are closed. Do I have a motion for election of Chairman Ronnie Strickland by acclamation?
So moved.
Have a motion by Mr. Coleman. Do I have a second? All those in favor of electing by acclamation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All those in favor of the election of Mr. Strickland by acclamation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed? Congratulations, Ronnie. You are the new chairman of the Board of Education.
Thank you.
The next matter before the board is nominations for vice chairman. Do I have a nominee for vice chairman?
Second.
Have a nomination by Mr. Long and a second by Mr. Strickland. Are there any other nominations? If not, do I hear a motion the nominations be closed?
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor of closing the nominations, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Ayes have it, and the nominations are closed. Do I have a motion for the election of Randy Coleman as Vice Chairman of the Board of Education by acclamation?
So moved.
Have a motion by Mr. Strickland and a second by Mr. Strickland, Mr. R. Strickland, Mr. D. Strickland. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed likewise. The ayes have it, and Mr. Coleman, you are the vice chairman. And with that, I will turn it back over to Mr. Worley Evans.
Actually,
I guess you do the administration oath?
Yes, sir.
You come here, you come here. Huh? I'm gonna go with you.
you want to go up there again? You two will go over there. He'll do your oath over on there. No, but you'd be in line.
Go put your left hand on Bible and raise your right for me, please, sir. Do you, Ronnie Strickland, solemnly swear that you will support and maintain the Constitution of the State of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that you will honestly, faithfully, and impartially discharge your duties as chairman of the Columbus County Board of Education? So help you God. Do you?
I do.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Am I supposed
Thank
to kiss the bride?
Okay, affirm it. Okay. All right, you'll raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly affirm that you will support and maintain the Constitution of the State of North Carolina, not inconsistent therewith, and that you will honestly, faithfully, and impartially discharge your duties as Vice Chairman of the Columbus County Board of Education? So help you God, do you?
Yes, sir.
All right, congratulations.
All right, thank
I believe I married him and divorced him at the same time. Go ahead and move over. I'm trying to get out of your way, Randy. You good? Okay. Next thing on the agenda is the appointment of board attorney for 2022.
So, Mr. Chairman, you have a letter from Mr. Phipps asking to remain the board attorney with at the same rate for this next year. And so I would recommend that the board approve the continuation of the agreement with Mr. Phipps for board attorney.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent to continue the contract with Mr. Phipps as the board attorney for 2022. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Long, second by Dr. Strickland. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Welcome again, Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Public comments?
You don't have any? Okay.
No
No
public
public
comments, okay. Special presentations and recognitions.
So we have several tonight that we're excited to be able to recognize, several different grants and awards. And so I'm going to ask Dr. Williams, he's going to go to this side and shake hands and have a picture taken with our winners. And if there's a certificate, some people already received their certificates, or a plaque, he will have those as well on this side. So our first one, they actually have received their certificate and their check. This is a recognition from the North Carolina School Boards Association for the high school video contest. Columbus Career and College Academies, broadcasting students, and their teacher, Ms. Falk, were third place winners across the state at that conference. So we would ask any of her students, any of the broadcasting students, and Ms. Falk, I saw her earlier, to come forward. They won $1,000 and received a certificate, and they did a great job. I know you all saw it when you were at the conference, and we appreciate them participating. They actually submitted several videos, but one in particular was the winning video. Our board was recognized at the North Carolina School Boards Association in a couple of different ways. One in particular was a recognition to our previous board chair, Mr. Worley Edwards. He was recognized as the Raleigh Dingman Award for Outstanding Boardmanship. That's a tough word to say. We actually have been very fortunate to have great board members that we had 2 of the last 3 Raleigh Dingman Award winners from the state, and that's board members across the entire state. So you imagine our board only has 5, but there are others that have 7 or 12 members, and for us to have that number, that really says a lot about our Board of Education. So congratulations, Mr. Edwards. You have a plaque.
Like a little kid with his mom and
We're not going to let you do a speech.
All right, we had also, our whole board received recognition at the School Board Association Conference. They were recipients of the Silver Bell Award for 1819. This was because of the training and the education that they received over the course of that time. So we would recognize the entire board for being recognized by winning the Silver Bell Award. So if those of you that were on the board in 1819, if you want to come up here and have your picture taken, please. it says a lot that our board wants to continue to learn and grow just as we expect our students to. We also had a board member that was recognized from the North Carolina School Board Association for a Certificate of Merit, and that was Mr. Ronnie Strickland. Go ahead. Oh, that's right, I forgot. The School Board Association didn't send us our certificate.
He sold his own, he traded.
He traded it. So the next one is, not that those weren't exciting, but this one is really exciting because it is the superintendent's choice for the Christmas card design winner. We get so many great submissions for our Christmas card selection. This year, our Christmas card design winner is Samantha Lee. She's a 7th grader at Evergreen Elementary School, and her teacher is Jennifer Sams. And you can see just how beautiful the card is. Thank you, Samantha. Our next set of award recipients are from the Brunswick Electric Membership Corporation Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These are the recipients. And what I'd ask is that you come up here, get your certificate from Dr. Williams, and then if you will go to this side, Mr. Jones will take pictures. So our first one is from Sarah Gordo, and that's Ruthie Newman. Hers is called Math, Growing with Small Groups. We had another one from Sarah Gordo, and that was Selena Phillips, The Importance of Color Printing in Education. From Columbus Career and College Academy, Fred Mason, It's Broken, Let's Fix It. It's Mr. Mason. Hallsborough Artesia Elementary, there was Ashley Cartret, Sparking Curiosity. Christy Long Babson, Outdoor Learning. From Nekina Middle School, Carla Stewart. Hers was Gaining Employability Skills Through Simulations. Old Doc, Ashley McDowell Spivey, Versatile Centers. Miss Gore is here in her spot. South Columbus High School is Michelle Lupo, Exceptional Children Becoming Exceptional Adults. Oh, Mr. Boyd came in, sorry, Carla Stewart. Thank you, Ms. Lupo. Tabor City Middle School, Anna Hammond, Generating Our Own Energy. And Williams Township, we had Lisa Cox, Turning Reading into Reality, Literacy STEM Bins. And Leanne McPherson, Hands-on Math. These are our Brunswick Electric Membership Corporation grant recipients. Thank you so much for submitting your grants, for doing such an excellent job on your grants that you were awarded. I believe the total was around $13,000, I believe is what the amount was. So please help me in congratulating these teachers and staff. The extra time it takes to write a grant, and these teachers are willing, these employees are willing to take that time. We also had, this is the first year of our Columbus County Schools Innovation Grant. What we did was we used what's called ESSER money, or COVID relief money was used to fund these grants. And we put out an application for teachers. They could either do it as an individual, they could do it as a grade level or a group or an entire school. And so we had submissions. The total amount that's being funded is $146,000. in terms of those innovation grants. We are excited to see what is going to happen with these grants and the programs and the plans that they've submitted. And we'll follow up with some pictures and information about the outcomes from our innovation grants. So from Acme Delco Elementary School, we had Tyler Goodwin, Experiences Beyond the Classroom. And Linda Sue Parker from Acme Delco Elementary, Lights, Camera, Action. Just in some of the names, they are pretty innovative. Chadburn Elementary School, we had Gwendolyn Dixon and Glennis Singletary for Shiny Stars. And Sheila Spalding, Break Out of the Ordinary with Breakout Boxes. And I'll tell you, we just did breakout boxes with our principals the other day. They were pretty fun. We had a good time. East Columbus Junior Senior High School, Anthony Martin, Student Enterprise Zone. Jeffrey Rudnick, Brianna Giddings, and Sandra Richardson, Digital Printing Art and Our School Community. And Jeffrey Rudnick, Makerspace for Art. 2 grants. From Evergreen Elementary, Jennifer Sams, Music Makes You Move. And then we had a combination team. It looks like Evergreen, Williams Township, and I see a name from East on there as well. It was Jeffrey Rudnick, Kathleen Trost, Jennifer Sams, Princess Grantham, and Diana Roldan, cartooning through the cornfields. It's like all of our art teachers. Hallsboro Artesia, we had Ashley Cartret, Darlene Graham, Christy Babson, and Christina Rush, Keeping Up with the Panthers. Lillian Claudette Jackson, Christy Tashow, and Corey Kissam, Touring the Capitol. And Old Doc, we had Angela Tyler and all the teachers at Old Doc. Beam me up, Scotty. At South Columbus, we had Jennifer Foley cutting up in anatomy. We had Rachel Mears, Jennifer Foley again, Daryl Spivey, Corey Sykes, and Travis Bowen, going bananas over blending learning. Tabor City Elementary, we had Christian Godwin lighting up 4th grade. She's not able to be here tonight. West Columbus High School, W.T. Edwards, Heather McPherson, Lance Floyd, Jessica Williamson, and Timothy Jones doing an outdoor classroom. From Williams Township, our administrators, Deanna Schumann and Wendell Duncan, did posters for Unity. And we had Kathy Trost, Gloria Baxley, and Charity Worley doing Be the Hope. It was exciting to see the teams of teachers and staff that work together to write the grants and the plans that they have for the programs that they're going to implement. We're excited to see what they're going to do with these innovation grants. And I think the kids, obviously, they're the ones that are going to benefit from that innovation. So thank you to all of you for submitting your grant, for thinking outside of the box, and being willing to step up and do something different for our students. Thank you, and let's congratulate them. We have a recognition for the Columbus County Schools Exceptional Children Educator. So Mr. Joseph Lee Jr., he's a teacher at South Columbus High School. He's been named the North Carolina State Board of Education, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction Educator of Excellence for his dedicated service and outstanding contributions to the education of exceptional children. Selected as the 70th anniversary Going Platinum Exceptional Children Conference in November. Congratulations, Mr. Lee. We have a recognition also in exceptional children. It's a Truist Lighthouse grant, and we have some people from Truist here with us. They provided a grant to the Exceptional Children's Program in the self-contained classrooms. Mr. Beck, would you like to share anything about the grant and what the Lighthouse grant was?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Babson contacted me earlier in the year and asked if she could nominate Columbus County Schools for the TLC Truist Lighthouse grant. We had a long conversation. They handle all aspects of the grant. The grant totaled $4,000. Our self-contained teachers were able to do a wish list. These ladies and gentlemen got the materials, delivered them to the schools personally, and we were very appreciative of that. And I just want to thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Enzer and Ms. Babson. We appreciate your contribution to our schools, and I know it will go to good use in terms of what you provided for our classrooms. Thank you, Truist. And our final recognition goes to Miss Allison Ellis. She's our arts education teacher at Acme Delco Elementary and Hallsboro Artesia. She presented at the North Carolina Arts Educator to her fellow North Carolina arts educators, Why Choose Donors Choose, so it's about getting grants. And she did that at the North Carolina Association Arts Education Association annual conference in October. Thank you for doing that, Ms. Ellis. And Mr. Jones, you want to say anything?
I just want to say real quick, we have a lot of great visual arts teachers in this county. Ms. Ellis represented us extremely well at SACO. We're so proud of her.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. We appreciate that. As you can see, board members, we have so many great things happening in the county, and thank you to all for being here tonight. We appreciate it.
Okay. I would like to thank, I think this is the most grants that we've had at one time in a long time. And considering this was, we had the COVID and everything else going on early in the year, I think this is an extraordinary effort to go out there and get the free money. And I just want to thank all of the teachers and staff for working with each other to go get that money, and just encourage people to keep doing it, because there's always free money out there, and we like that kind of money.
Anybody else?
Just congratulations. We are very appreciative of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great job by everybody.
Thank you for doing that. I know it takes extra time. It's not easy to do a grant application, so we certainly do appreciate you guys taking the time to do that. Curriculum instruction and accountability, school improvement plans.
Yep, so board members, these are our last 5 schools that are going to present their school improvement plans tonight. As we've said before, that we try to limit to about 5 minutes, and we'll see how we do. So first up is East Columbus, Mr. Jamie Falk.
So as our school improvement plan this year, we decided to keep our same goals, just add more action steps. After looking at our school with students coming back, we decided that we needed to tighten up on some of the things we already had in place. So our PBIS, which is, if you look at the second page of your comprehensive plan, We're focusing on teaching explicit behaviors or teaching the behaviors we want to see our students perform. We've had new posters made that has our matrix on there, and we're trying to find things that students actually value, because that's what makes PBIS work. They have to value whatever reward you give them, and so we're trying to revamp, get some input from the students. So those are the things we focused on for that first key indicator, which is A107. Since the district was doing so much on curriculum, we took that out of our plan because we were in alignment with what the district is doing. They bring teachers in and align the pacing with district goals, and so we felt that we did not need to reiterate the same thing at the school level, just make sure we implement what the district sends for us to do, or we agree to do. One of the big things we're trying to integrate this year is transition. So transitioning from 7th grade to 8th grade to, of course, high school, transitioning from each grade level to the next grade level, and ultimately graduating from high school. So we put some things in place to help our students know, first of all, what's required to transition to the next level, offer appropriate supports at each level. And so we're focusing, Ms. Threadgill and Mr. Carey are working on making sure that we have a calendar of events that are well publicized throughout the year, not only parent academies, but also meetings with students, training our teachers as basically counselors, so that the teachers know what's it take to be a 10th grader versus a 9th grader, how many credits should you have to be able to go to 11th grade. These things we assume people know, but unless you've actually dived into it, then you don't ever get to see that level of it. So Mr. Carey's been providing training at faculty meetings and PD sessions about what's required to go from the different levels. So that is key indicator 416. Focusing on that this year, or actually further adding to that. We added counselors will meet with individual students and student groups throughout the year to ensure that they are on track for graduation and transition to the next grade level, not just people who are labeled counselors, but people, homeroom teachers, administration, people within the building. Key indicator B303. This is about teachers and having honest conversations with administrators. Sometimes we limit our conversations to post-observations, and so we try to set up meetings so that we can actually get some honest feedback that are not tied to an evaluation or immediate observation. So we've set some of those meetings up with our individual teachers. We have 3 administrators, myself and 2 assistant principals, and we make it a point to meet with our teachers informally to get some honest feedback and have some honest conversations about what we need to do to improve the school. So pretty much that is what we are focusing on this year. To tighten up what we already have in place. So at this point, I'll entertain any questions.
Okay. Board members, any questions?
How's the honest feedback coming?
Pretty honest. So, I mean, some people don't mind telling you, they'll just tell you straight up, I see this, or I would like to see this, or other schools are doing this, and I would like for us to implement it. For example, we voted on our exam schedule. I know we're more alike what CCCA is doing, and I think South and West are similar. So I've asked some teachers to kind of get feedback from the other schools to see how, we don't know. You put something in place, and then you try to see, well, did it work like we wanted it to work, and could it work better? Is what they're doing a better situation? I've been here since 1999 in the classroom, and then, of course, exam schedule under the sun, and some work very well, and others do not. So we're trying to, this is what we came up with this schedule modeled after what Mr. Johnson created, and the staff voted on it, so we're going to try it and see how it works out this week. But they're fairly honest with us.
Mr. Fall,
Go ahead, Mr.
thank you. Do you have any way to assess what's your goals mid-year at this time of the year, or maybe after some?
So we meet monthly, and we kind of do a progress report for each of our indicators based on, have we met this goal? What do we need to do to continue to meet? What artifacts do we need to upload to show that we have met them? And so when we meet in January, we'll kind of finish up. We had to extend our date on a couple of our indicators because we weren't quite where we wanted to be. And still we can sit there and say that what we have created or implemented becomes part of the everyday routine of the school, or at least the semester routine of the school. You know, if I know that East Columbus is going to have these 3 meetings throughout the year for parents, once that becomes a, for lack of a better term, routine or thing, then we don't mark it as complete. It has to be part of, embedded in the school culture.
Coming up on halfway years, have you seen an improvement in behavior and academics, or is it still?
It's pretty rocky. It depends on, you know, high school and middle school. Having them in the same building is, you know, it's a little tough because it's hard to, you know, we have the 200 short hallway and 300 short hallway for middle school, but they still have to transition to go to the lunchroom, to come to electives. And so it's a struggle. It takes everybody to be on duty, everybody to be on board to make it work. And so in some aspects, there are improvements. You know, in other aspects, we have some room to go. And we're continuing to work and continuing to try to, what can we adjust? You know, which homerooms can we, you know, play around with and move some students in and out to get the best dynamic that's effective for the students and the teachers as far as middle school. As far as the high school, we do have some students who have made up, you know, last year's learning loss as far as credits, so we're able to see some light at the end of that tunnel.
Right.
But we have to take, you know, we've got high school and middle school on the same campus, and we're, you know, responsible for both, and so we're working on the high school piece. Is just getting our students here and making sure they're where they're supposed to be, staying in their classrooms and doing their work.
Jamie, how many total staff do you have, teachers?
Teachers, I'm trying to think, I've got 75 staff members, but not all of those are
Right.
teachers. So basically, we're roughly, 40 some when it comes to certified teachers, and then you go into EC. But we have roughly, because, you know, we share elective teachers, so our 4 art teachers, and then we have a CTE, and then we use JRTC to do 8th grade elective. So we have 7 teachers that we share between the high school and the middle school that have a different schedule. So
Okay.
that there's a morning schedule where they meet with the middle school students, and then in the afternoon they go back and teach 3rd and 4th.
The reason that I asked that, you have on here, we're talking about the feedback with the staff. One of the things that we do as a company, the company I work for, we do quarterly what we call an hour time to talk. But it's an hour, and I've got 5 direct reports, and it keeps me pretty busy. But it's a lot different with,
Right.
50, so that's why I wanted to know that.
And, you know, part of it, some people are very willing to be honest and tell you up front, you know, we need to address this, or I've got some solutions. Some people are a little more reserved and not as willing to speak up. But there's somebody, we're hoping that there's somebody in this building they're willing to talk to who's willing to bring it to somebody else. And so I've given surveys to kind of get an idea of, I allow teachers to vote we voted for our exam schedule, we voted for different aspects of what we're doing just to give them a voice. Doesn't always fix everything, but I'm hoping that we can keep working the way we're going and get some more feedback and actually some actionable concerns.
Okay.
We need to, this is something that we can fix, let's fix it.
Do you do that anonymously?
The surveys are anonymous, yes.
Okay.
When I do a survey, I don't collect emails just because I want them to be honest. As
Sure.
far as the meetings, we divided the teachers up between the three of us, and so we do their observations, and then of course I do the summative at the end, and so we speak with our teachers who are in, on our load.
You don't rotate through that?
We rotate through the observations,
Okay.
but we don't rotate the individual teachers. They still stay on our load.
Okay.
But I've seen every teacher in this building teach at some time or another, and they go in and do walkthroughs, and then we try to alternate some of the observations.
Okay. Anybody else?
Thank you.
All right, next we have Ms. Lenthal at Acme Delco. She says she can stay within 5 minutes.
She'll be the first.
I have something to say about that.
We usually take up 5 minutes of conversation about it, so.
I could, but we won't. So anyhow, you should have already a brochure that I had made to give each board
Ms.
member. That
Lenthal,
should be
can I
passed
interrupt for
around.
just a minute? If you'll sit down so that the people at home can hear you.
Can you hear
Thank
me
you.
now?
It's on. Okay. You're good.
Okay, if there was a brochure that I had made for all the board members so they could follow along with our discussion today. First of all, good evening. Happy holidays coming up. I hope everybody's doing well. As you can see, I brought my team with me, a good portion of them, because honestly, when we sat down to start discussing the school improvement that Acme Delco Elementary needed, this was a complete team effort of all our 3 leadership teams at our school. We involved our PBIS team, we involved our MTSS team, and we also involved school improvement team as well. And I feel very, very proud of the work that we have done together so far. So no, you're not going to get to listen to me the whole time. You're going to get to listen to the people who are in the trenches, who are going to help us with these things and help us grow our students. When we first started talking about our plan, we obviously had to, dial back because we usually go on academics based on what our school grade is, okay? With the COVID coming into play the last couple of years, we had to really reevaluate what we were going to do, because based on our EOG scores from the previous year, we have severe learning gaps that we are trying to overcome. So with that, we have a lot of different things we've put into place so far, and we have created an overarching goal for our entire school. I call it an umbrella goal, and it's on the back of your flyer. If you will look, it states that Acme Delco Elementary School will achieve a 5 to 7% growth over the next 3 years. That's 5 to 7% each year to raise our school performance grade to a C or better. We cannot do that accomplishment in 1 year right now. It is going to take small steps and going step by step for us to grow our students back to where they were and get them focused back on academics as a priority for being in school. Now, that's not to say they can't have other things that are fun at school, because they do and they will, okay? That's why our PBIS department's going to be coming in and helping with some of those things as well. So for the 2018-19 school year, the data at school said that we had a 53, which is a D, which a 54 is a C. So we don't know where the state's actually going to be going with these things in the near future, so it's just a matter of taking what we've got and trying to build upon it. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce you some folks, and I'm going to let them talk about each of our goals, because there are the team chairs from each of our teams that help develop our school improvement team goals. So goal number 1, Mr. Waddell.
All right, so goal number 1 is by the end of the 2023 school year, the whole staff will implement PBIS with Fidelity and move towards phase 2 of PBIS. And we're doing this through our behavior matrix that we created to try and identify tier 2 and tier 3 students. We have weekly PBIS, monthly PBIS meetings, sometimes more, to talk about these things. We train new teachers, make sure they fully understand what PBIS is, and then we have refresher courses for the whole staff. We complete fidelity checks every 9 weeks to make sure teachers are using PBIS the correct way. We have individual student and teacher awards every week. Students recite our Bobcat Roar daily. We have a PBIS matrix displayed in all classrooms. We just ordered new ones for the whole school. And then we have PBIS lessons that are taught each year. And then teachers also teach their lessons throughout the year to make sure students fully understand what PBIS is and are using it correctly.
Mr. Waddell is our school counselor.
I am Linda Sue Barker. I am the chair for the school improvement team, and Samantha Smith is the co-chair for the team. So we are going to address goal 2 together. Each grade level will achieve 5 to 7% growth by the end of the 2021-22 school year. So with this for K2, we're looking at our Amplify results to measure student growth. And for 3 through 6th grade, we're going to be using EOG scores to measure our growth for the school year. And for our performance measure, we're looking at, we're just focusing on 2 grade levels in particular for the performance measure. For 1st grade, we're going to use our beginning of the year scores from Amplify as our baseline data, and we're currently at 36% proficient. For 3rd grade, we're going to use our beginning of the year scores for Amplify and our BOG scores, since we do have that data in 3rd grade. And so for the beginning of the year, we had 38% proficient in Amplify, and we had 8.5% proficient with the BOG, which that most time that's expected because that's an end of grade test. So that's how we're going to be measuring growth in those 2 grade levels this year.
So some of the ways that we will implement or have artifacts to show that we are doing that goal there is that we're going to use our data trackers to identify our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students through our PLCs and other meetings that we have. We have our intervention blocks that have been implemented on a daily basis, our PLCs each week. We have classroom walkthroughs and observations by administration. We have peer observations as well as the district and instructional coaches that will provide training and modeling if needed. We have our letters training this year and the reading, the science of reading. We're adding in our blended learning that we've been implementing this year, our small group instruction. Some of the resources and curriculum we use that are countywide, of course, are the HMH core program for reading and math. And our Reading Horizons is our phonics program, the Amplify K through 4, and the iReady in 5th grade for reading and math, and our iStation K4.
I'm Wendy Daniels, and our goal 3 is by the end of the 2023-2024 school year, we will increase parent involvement. And we plan to do that by first letting the parents know when and where. And we can do that from the CCS app, Remind, Google Classroom. And we also plan to continue those parent-teacher conferences because we kind of got away from that with COVID, but we're allowing some of the parents to come in now so that we can let them know how their students are performing. Title I nights, awards days. We have a Christmas concert coming up, but COVID numbers are a little bit high, so we had to do 2 tickets per family. So just scaled it down a little, but we're still allowing the parents to come in. We're really trying to boost up that parent involvement. PTO, progress reports, report cards, and parent volunteers. We've had several parents fill out parent volunteer forms. Some are already working in the classrooms and helping out the classroom teacher. We've also reached out to the community churches. They've been volunteering and helping, and we're just trying to build up the community so that the students can see their parents in school and they'll become more vested in what they're doing.
So I think, as you can see, we spent a lot of time talking with our different team members, so that way we could make goals that fit the needs for our school specifically. And we're very excited to see what we can do. We've already done several things, and not only that, is make sure we have a preserved time for our schedule for interventions. We can do 2 hits during the day, as well as their normal reading time during class time. We adjust our schedule as needed. We add personnel if needed, so that way we can do anything to help the needs of our students, because they are our first and foremost priority. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them at this time.
Questions, anybody?
How's the gap closing with the lost learning that we had?
Small steps, one at a time. Literally. It is taking, where we have some grades where we're seeing great growth, we have others where we're seeing literally a baby step. So it's just going to take time, and we've got to keep our eye on the growth of each student. No, not so much as proficiency right now, but growing what we can to see where we are. And I know you say 5-7% doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're looking at up to some of our students have 3 years learning loss right now, that is a lot. That's enough for us to work on it step by step, because our plan is, of course, for over 3 years now to go forward at this point.
Are you seeing that, that percentage of increase more in the older kids, the younger kids, or is it a class here and a class there, or a kid here, a kid there?
I think it's our younger children primarily. I would say K-3.
Right.
Because our older ones, you know, some of ours we're seeing like 5th grade is like an anomaly right now, whereas 4th and 5th grade, they're the ones, 4th and 6th grade,
Yeah.
they're the ones who are most resistant. So with them, it's a constant battle to try to get them to see the benefit of what they're doing.
Yeah.
And
How's the attendance been, Christy? I mean, you know, they've been out of school now for about 2 years. How the attendance with the younger kids, K-5?
I would say K-5 is, you know, it's a battle itself. I mean, honestly, I can tell you this. I had a conversation with Dr. Meadows earlier this year about we have an issue with tardiness at our school. We can have anywhere from any day between 10 to 20 students coming to school late. And no matter how many times you reiterate 8 o'clock is the time to be here, you know, that is hard for a lot of parents to realize, you know, hey, it's my schedule, it's my time, it's my child. But however, we have to place a priority on what's best for your child. Attendance-wise, we have some who are there every day religiously, and you can tell they are. And we have some who we're fighting. We have to make phone calls. We have to sometimes send a social worker to go visit. Hey, where are you? We need you to come back to school, as far as that's concerned. So attendance, it depends on the child. It's one child to the next sometimes.
You mentioned parent involvement. Do you think your parents understand the lack of growth or the losing, you know, over the past 2 or 3 years? They understand what's happening, and are they behind their child? Or
I would say we have a great number that do, but I also say we have a greater number that probably do not.
Right.
And that's why we've gone back to wanting to re-implement parent conferences and even going into a student-led type conference, so that way in the future, the students are accountable for what they're doing in school, and they have to share it with their parent, with just the teacher standing by to be able to supplement the conversations. So that's the direction we're going to be going, so that way the parents do get full knowledge. We've been doing curriculum nights, so we're going to do one every 9 weeks, so that way the parents get information there. We did our first one virtually, but we're going to move to in-person, and we're going to do it by grade span. So that way they can be on site and see what's going on, so they can figure out what's happening with their children.
What was the percentage of no-shows for your virtual ones?
The percentage of no-shows as far as parents?
Yeah.
What's your phone? It was low that night, but I also can tell you that when ball time happens in Regalwood, it's very difficult to get parents to come. But we did have right at, I think it was 48, 49, possibly that were online that night, as well as the teachers with us. And so I was kind of disappointed in a way, because our virtual night last year, we had over 100. And so we were very excited about that. I think we're all a little disappointed on that side of it, but at the same time, one step at a time.
Have you had your first PTO meeting yet?
Yes, we did.
How was
Did not go well. I'm just going to tell you honestly. There was a lot of different community events going on, and we had literally two parents there. However, I have since then had several phone calls from other parents who says, you know, I had this commitment, I couldn't come. However, I said, January, I will see you there. And so I've got the dates out for there. So on that side of it, you know, it is a struggle. Delco has always had a problem with some parent involvement, whether it was at the middle school level or even at the elementary school, depending on the year. So that's about it. We're trying to overcome and fight and work together as a team to get our parents on board.
What is the date of that PTO meeting, Christy?
Pardon me?
What is the date of that PTO meeting?
December the 7th.
January.
The January one?
January.
It'll be January 7th, roughly.
Your
It
P-
could be just depending on the calendar when we get back.
Your PTO meetings, do you involve students in those meetings also to get parents
Teachers are
there?
welcome to come. I also
I'm-
had teachers, I had 12 teachers in attendance that night.
I'm talking about getting students involved, maybe in some type of
Well, they
performance
will
or
be.
whatever, yeah.
They will be.
Yeah.
We're just being very, very cautious.
Right.
Because
I
we know that with
understand.
the more adults you have in the building, the
Yeah.
more likelihood of some transmissions could occur. So we're trying to be very cautious. At the same time, we want them there.
Right.
Well, at some point in time, COVID has to take a back seat to education. I mean, I'm sorry, I mean, we've got to have an educated group of people, and we can't keep allowing COVID to handicap ourselves. So, if you don't mind, I would love, as long as I don't have travel planned, I would love to be at your PTO meeting.
You're
January the
welcome.
7th.
Everybody's welcome anytime.
Okay.
When she puts that on her events calendar on the app, you all will be able to see it on the app, the Columbus County Schools app event calendar.
That's on there. That meeting's not on yet, but it will be.
Okay.
All right. What is the percentage, and Kelly, maybe this is a question for you, what is the percentage of parents that have downloaded the app now?
We're in the 25 to 2,600 downloads. I don't know exactly how many of those are parents.
Right.
Might be some community members, but we're assuming that's about half saturation, roughly, and we're trying to get the other half.
Okay. Can we track that by school or not?
Well, we can track it by school for those that have downloaded and assigned themselves to a school.
Okay.
So they can download it and not assign themselves to a school, and then it's just us. We can see who has actively said, I want to follow this school or this school or this school.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Ms. Lenthal, and the
Thank you,
Delco
guys.
team. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate your team.
Thank you all.
All right, next we're going to hear from Ms. Josephine Spalding from Halls for Artesia. And it looks like Ms. Carteret as well.
Ashley Carter is our instructional lead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We condensed our school improvement plan so that it would be a little bit easier to go through. I'm going to try to adhere to the 5 minutes or so. But our basic goals have stayed the same. Our objectives are a little bit different. Our in-action objectives especially, we're going to focus on, our focus is being this year on MTSS. And having time, our issue is having time for the teachers to actually go through the process. And so we've included that in our PLC meetings as part of our meetings. So the teachers every week now are taking part of our PLC meetings and discussing our students on tier 2 and 3 to check their progress and to reassign interventions if they're needed. And also our SIT team and our administrative team are meeting regularly to analyze the data from this and from informal assessments as well, to make decisions about instruction for students and to try to meet them where they're at. The goal is to get at least a year's growth out of a year's schooling out of each one of our students. And of course, we know some of them are going to do much better than that, and we've already seen some tremendous growth in our kids. But we want to try to get something out of each one of them, at least that much out of each one of them. So that's where we're at right now. I do want to talk about a couple of things that we're excited about. The positive behavior intervention and support model to engage in the expected behaviors in all areas of our school. We're getting and we haven't gotten it yet, so we haven't put it in the goals, but we're actually getting a book vending machine. So that's going to be linked to our positive behavior intervention support model. And PBIS is really big at our school. We're a blue ribbon PBIS school. And we're hoping that the book vending machine will change that for students. And what will happen is they actually set up a vending machine that has books in it. And then our kids are going to get a token for good behavior, and they'll be able to actually buy their own book out of the vending machine. So we hope that'll spark some more interest in getting our kids to read. A lot of our students don't have access to books at home, so that's something that we want to help provide for them at home as well as at school. And we hope that that'll also spur some better behavior out of some of them as well. So the other thing that I wanted to talk about was the school broadcast that we got a grant for. We actually got the innovation grant, or Ms. Carteret did. We've had school broadcast in the past. It started probably 6 or 7 years ago at our school. But because of failing equipment and those things, we had to set it aside a couple of years ago. We've been able to replace our smart boards and some other things technology-based, and now we're going to be able to order all new equipment for our student-led broadcast. So we're all really excited about that. We think that will also be a good PBIS piece for our kids, and it's just going to be really exciting to see those broadcasts go out over the smart boards and see the kids actually leading the broadcast. We've seen it in the past. It's a great motivator for kids to get their work done too, and to do things, to get involved in the school in positive ways. So very excited about that, and about our outdoor classrooms. We're in the process of getting those constructed, and that's going to be exciting for our students as well. All of our kids are going to be able to benefit from that as well. And I think that's about it as far as just the basics. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to.
I have a comment.
Okay.
And I kind of was going to save it to last, but I know a lot of people are leaving. But I know that the town of Chadbourne has granted it's almost made it almost mandatory for the people that are employed by the town to go volunteer at the local schools, and the town actually gives them 1 hour paid to do that a month. And I would like for all of our schools to kind of reach out to Lake Waccamaw. They feed into Hallsboro, Rigglewood, even though we're not incorporated, the fire department and things like that. But Tabor City and all of our towns to write a letter to them and ask for their involvement, because sometimes, people may want to volunteer, especially that work in the town, but they don't have a chance to, or their schedule is the same as ours. And maybe if we request some of the local mayors and whatever to give their employees a chance to be able to come and volunteer and read to our kids and do some mentorship, because sometimes people from your local community that have made progress in their life can come back and make a big influence on some of these younger children, and that may be something that each school, or even the board can pen a letter to all of our local townships to try to get a little bit of involvement through their employees.
Before COVID struck, we had quite a few parent volunteers, grandparents and such that were coming in on a schedule to read with kids and to help them with lessons and so forth. COVID kind of put a damper on that. Still have a few, but they're hesitant still about coming into schools. My volunteers are still a little hesitant, some of them, about coming in just because of COVID. I mean, some of them are still.
Your little green room there, I remember when it was operational, and that was a really good.
Yeah.
I like that a lot, and being able to get that up and using that as a reward base, let the kids do that would be a really good.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be great for the kids. It's great to see the individual talents that you get from the children. Find out that some of them are really good at interviewing, some of them are really good at using the camera, some of them are really good at just putting things together. So you find the individual talents of students that you normally wouldn't see.
Right.
in the course of the day. So it's really important, I think, for them too.
I don't have a question, but just to say, when you get your equipment, I'd reach out to CCCA's broadcasting class.
Okay.
And see if some of those students would come and do some training with your kids.
Okay.
That'd be a good opportunity for them.
That'd be great too. We actually in the past have had somebody from WECT come in, and we went down there and toured. I took the kids down there a couple of times and did that part as well. So that was a good trip. They enjoyed doing that. They got to see it in action.
Yes.
A lot of fun for them. So.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Spalding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Spalding. All right, next we have Ms. Gore. She's from Old Dock Elementary. Like she and Ms. Cartrett.
Good evening. Okay. So this afternoon, I'll be presenting on behalf of Old Dock Elementary School, our comprehensive school improvement progress report plan. First of all, we want to look at our mission and our vision. I think it's very important for our mission and our vision to be directly aligned with our district strategic plan. So we have not done it yet, but during our discussions, what we are going to do is we are going to go back and make sure that our mission and our vision does align with the district strategic plan. Some of the things that we noticed in the district strategic plan that we didn't see in our vision and our mission was that it appeared to be very focused, and it always talked about maximizing potential. So in saying that, we want to make sure that our plan mirrors what our district strategic plan says. So just to let you guys know, we are in the process of revamping our mission and our vision for Old Dock Elementary School. So this year what we did with our goals is we chose 2 goals. And our motto for this year is kind of being less is more. And so what we did was we condensed it. We had 4 goals last year. We condensed it down to 2 goals. And what we did, if you guys will look, is we took approximately 7 years of data. If you'll look here, you have our data for the past 6 years. You can see on EVOS the report here. You'll see the performance grade on one side, and then you'll also, if you turn over, you'll see our growth performance, and that's on the other side. And of course you see 6 years here, 6 years represented because last year those scores were not reported. Okay. So this is what you'll see here, and this flows directly into our goals as we looked at the performance as our overall composite score, which of course is 80% performance and 20% growth. So we took a look at that, and we do know and we do realize that children came in really, really low. We know the effect that COVID has had on our children and their education and stuff, but I'm just like Mr. Strickland here. We cannot allow, COVID has to take a back seat. So we've got to make sure that in our plans we're reflecting that as well. So you'll see our goals, by June of 2022, and I cannot find my glasses, so I may not be able to see this. By June of 2022, Old Dock Elementary School will exceed growth and move from a composite score of 66 to 68%. We did do a small number there because we do realize that our students, they're low at this time, and we're having to work really hard to make sure that we feel like as a staff too that we're growing and we're meeting expectations as well. So as a team, we chose to do 66 to 68%. We also did want to put the exceeded growth piece in there. If you look, we did in 2015 exceed growth. If you look at that, I think, what did we have there? 85.2. So in 2015, we did exceed that growth piece. So if we did it then, we felt like we could do it again. So we did want to include that in our first goal. Our second goal, by June of 2022, ODS will have an overall positive growth score as indicated via EVOS. data, and of course that's the education value added assessment system. And as you can see in our scores and stuff, you see our growth score here, you see our performance score, but when you look at growth, we're talking about EVOS here, they always allow us to, we always are able to, we're either between the +2 or the -2. And that's in meeting your expectations. So we always seemingly on that negative side, but we've met growth. So what this goal 2 is we want to be on the positive side of that instead of on the negative side of it. Even though we still have met growth, we want to be on a positive side instead of a negative side. Okay? So if you know anything about EVOS, you know a little bit about what I'm talking about there. So here's the data that we use to make these goals for our school. Denise, please pardon me, this is Miss Denise Carteret. She is our NC STAR representative, and she will be assisting me tonight. So, Ms. Carteret, do you want to say anything so far?
Okay, so all of our indicators, they actually reflect our 2 goals. And so as we go through our indicators, we try to make sure that they align and that we are doing that positive performance on each one of them. We meet every week with our PLC so they can do that. So we have a high expectation for all our staff and students. And it's no exceptions there. And so we have gone through and we have added our action steps so that we can reflect that we have those high expectations, not only for our students, but our staff as well.
And I think those high expectations start with me. So that's why you see there that the principal models and communicates the expectation of improved student learning through commitment, discipline, and careful implementation of effective practices, because that process needs to start with me as the principal. Let me just go back just a little bit too. Here is our EVOS growth right here, and if you'll look, you can see what I was talking about a few minutes ago, where we do meet growth all cumulatively. We do meet growth, but you will see here where a lot of times it has been on the negative side of that 0 instead of on that positive side. So when we say that we want to exceed growth, or when we want to meet growth, we want to meet it on that positive side and not necessarily on the negative side. So if you'll look right here, you'll see with our graphs right here, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about right here. So if you have any questions about that, I'll be more than glad to answer those. So please go ahead. Sorry.
And so that, again, in A203, the principal spends at least 50% of her time working directly with teachers to improve instruction, including classroom observation. And so she's designated time that each week that she is spending 1 hour with each grade level. And that's not counting the times that she is in the classroom doing observations when she's with, students and parents and all the other duties that falls, with our principal.
I do think that those PLCs are very important as we have our district data trackers, and those are one of the things that we use every week. We look at where those kids where they've scored, we look at where they've come from, we look at the things that we need to do to lead and guide our future instruction as well. So those are some of the things that we do in PLC. Is we definitely track the data each week. Also, we talk about interventions. We look at our intervention groups. We talk about small group instruction. We do have MTSS meetings, which is our multi-tier system of support. We do have those weekly meetings within our PLCs, but we also have one monthly cumulative large meeting that we have with our MTSS team. And that's where we all come to the table and each grade level gets to share out, and then as a team we're able to hear that so that vertically we're able to, other teachers can hear what's going on with some of the children and stuff as well. So that's worked out really well for us.
So they present to our SIT team each month. Also, we have started implementing our guidance counselor, and she is developing plans as well she works with students one-on-one, but making sure we meet their MTSS needs as well as, their personal situations that they have, to make sure that those individual needs are met. Because, we want to make sure that we're seeing each individual student as a student, and we can't move forward until we meet their needs. We see as a class as a whole, but as a teacher, we also have to make sure that we know each one of our students and what they need.
We've also used our school improvement monies, or Title I funds this year. We've really focused on smaller classrooms, trying to reduce that teacher to student ratio size. So we have worked really hard on that, especially in those critical grades, such as like first grade and second grade, those critical years when they really do truly learn to read, and they glean those strategies, and they truly learn during those times, the implementation of reading and stuff like that. We're also going through the science of reading, and that has been really good for our teachers, and I'm seeing that in the classrooms, in their small group instruction and things like that. So I think it's not only important just to look at the data and review it each week, but I think it's very important to define how that we're going to implement strategies that's going to improve and be effective for our students. Okay. So to make a long story short, these are our 2 goals, and all these indicators that are in here that we've chosen is what we're going to have that's going to support us and our students in being able to meet these 2 goals. Okay. Any questions?
They come back after a year and a half of lost time. But looking at these EVOS scores and the trends that they show, they come back a little lower in math than they do reading.
They have.
We were actually discussing that today.
We were just talking about that, and among ourselves, we ask ourselves that question as well. And we just wonder, and I know we all do as educators and community members, is it because we do put so much emphasis on reading and stuff like that, but you always want it to transfer over as well. But and I know we as a district too, want to look at that math as well, but it does appear that way at this point.
Because when you're in K2, that it's all about the reading as far as what they're graded as the teachers looked upon.
That's right.
And so I think, as the state as a whole, that has sort of affected the math grades.
Well, and I think, as we have state director meetings, that's a trend all over the state.
Right.
It's not in Columbus County.
That's right. And I think it's something that as educators we're going to have to be very cognizant of.
Right.
And I think we're going to really...
We worked to develop our goals that we were going to work on this year. We went back to our needs assessment that we completed last school year, and as a school improvement team we decided that we would redo that needs assessment every 3 years to give the teachers a chance to sit back and look at where we are as a school. And what we did, we took the time this year to look at that needs assessment and look at some areas that the teachers identified that they feel that we need to improve based on that needs assessment. We did select 4 goals. 2 of them are long-term goals. Hopefully over the next 2 years we will be able to accomplish, and 2 are short-term that we hope to accomplish by the end of this school year. The first goal that we identified that we felt we needed to work a little harder on, all teachers encourage self-direction by giving students choice in the selection of topics and applications of learning strategies. This goes into some of the work that we're doing with the school system with blended learning. We have received some training on that in our principals meetings, and we are working on doing some training with our teachers in the classroom. Some of our teachers have already been doing it. It's just this is the first time they've heard it called blended learning, but they are already doing a lot of these strategies. Some of these strategies that we would like to see done by the end of this year would be providing professional development for teachers based on blended learning and choice boards and playlist assignments, and increasing the number of times that we see blended learning activity in the classroom. One goal that we have set in here as a 2-year goal is to create a playlist for our students to choose assignments during the school day, and these playlists are choice assignments that kids can go to when they are finished with their work, when they have downtime. And we're going to be working with our guidance counselor to create playlists that are based on students' grade level. So what are some things that we want kids at the 5th grade to do and to focus on, and as well as our 8th grade. For example, some of our 8th grade students, our plans are to develop things that would help them to identify a career path, help them to decide whether they want to attend South Columbus High School or the early college, as well as some work with CFNC, which usually begins into 8th grade. So we're going to tailor it per grade level and appropriateness per grade level, and that's why we put a goal of 2 years by the end of 2023 to have those in place, because we want to make sure that we put a lot of thought and time into what is going to be most effective for all of our students at each grade level. The next goal that we discussed this year based on our needs assessment is Goal A 3.10. All teachers use assessment data and match instruction support to the individual needs for students. We discussed in our school improvement team that some of our teachers are doing a great job at this and some are struggling. We do have a couple of beginning teachers that are just learning this process. One of the things that we are doing is meeting with data teams once a month to review data on formative assessments, and that's something that we are doing now, and we probably will be checking off before we go home for Christmas. And another one is core teachers identify areas of concern within the curriculum and adjust lesson plans and interventions accordingly. One of the things that we have done with this is we're looking hard at our iReady data, our NC check-in data, and some of our HMH data. We have used Title I money to hire a math tutor. Miss Angie Shelley is a retired middle school math teacher from Williams Township. She is working 3 days a week with us, pulling small groups of kids to tutor, and we're targeting those goals that she needs to work on with these kids. At times during the day that she does not have small groups to pull, we are actually pushing her into the math classrooms so that we have 2 certified math teachers in the room, and she can circulate the room with the other teacher and kind of tag team the kids in there to get more bang for our buck in that classroom. The third goal that we discussed based on our needs assessment is the school promotes social emotional competency in school rituals and routines such as morning announcements, awards, assemblies, hallway, classroom wall displays, and student competitions. This is Goal A 4.04. This comes from a goal that we worked on last year, focusing on social and emotional learning for our students. That was one thing that we really wanted to focus hard on because we were not sure of the effects of the pandemic on kids socially and emotionally, them going home, being isolated from their classmates, not having that real interaction with their teachers because of trying to learn virtually. So this is an extension of that goal. There are regular morning announcements every morning. We will continue with our award ceremony at the end of the year, but we're also looking for specific achievements that we can recognize during the school year, and pulling those kids and doing an awards program with them to focus on some specific achievements. We have done one. We had our girls soccer team went undefeated for the season, and we pulled those girls to the side, and we had a special awards recognition for them and did something special for them. We're also working with our PBIS, kids that excel in our PBIS. We're working on PBIS awards days once a month to where they have activities and choices of things that they can do as a reward for meeting their PBIS goals. So we're trying to find ways to increase the number of ways that we recognize our kids during the year to kind of give them that pep in the middle of the year instead of waiting till everything at the end. We're also rotating a bulletin board schedule to focus on different aspects of social emotional learning. So our bulletin boards are being rotated right regularly with changing the focus on them. And we're looking at beginning some student competitions. We experimented with this last year. We had a reward day to where the kids, the top 2 homerooms with their iReady growth over a period of time received a reward one day, and we actually saw a lot of kids working really hard on their iReady because their homeroom wanted to win, and that provided us some good data and information. The last goal that we discussed this year was goal B 2.05. The principal focuses on building leadership capacity, achieving learning goals, and improving instruction. This is actually one of my goals on my professional development plan this year, is to focus more on empowering teachers as leaders. So naturally, this was a good goal to go to in the school improvement plan. Some of the things that we are looking for here is having teachers lead PLCs and data team discussions instead of me being present in the room to discuss things with them. But I would like to get to the point that where teachers are actually leading those discussions instead of me leading those discussions. Teachers on the school improvement team will have responsibility for monitoring goals in the school improvement plan. We have done that this year. Every teacher on the school improvement team has something that they are in charge of monitoring this year and in charge of bringing up in the meetings and making sure that we are keeping it fresh in our minds what our goals are and what we plan to do. And teacher input will be solicited for building of the master schedule. As I start working on that, I usually like to try to start working on that in May, a little bit here or there, and bringing in my school improvement team from time to time to get their ideas on what they think of it looks like now, and trying to get them to go through that with me and work out some kinks and things before the school year starts. That is what we have placed for our school improvement plan. Any questions?
How many people are on your school improvement team, and how often do y'all meet?
We try to meet twice a month. We have 8 people on our school improvement team. And we meet twice a month, 1 meeting a month. Most of the time we set aside just for looking at the goals in here, and the second one we look at general things that we have going on in the school. We're also looking at updating our mission vision statements to align with the new district goals. So some of those meetings have been set aside to just focus on that, with some good conversation about some possibilities of some changes and things of that nature. But we have 1 formal meeting a month, and we have also an informal meeting every month, just to go over a few extra things that may come up.
Mr. Board, you mentioned possibly, I think you said that you have some new teachers or teachers, maybe veteran teachers who are struggling. I think you mentioned maybe data teams. What do you do to assist those teachers if they're struggling in certain areas?
Well, one of the things that we do, we rely heavily on our mentor teachers with our beginning teachers, and really with our school as small as it is, our teachers work very well together, grade level to grade level. So when we have our PLCs, our weekly PLCs, a lot of time is devoted to looking at what data we have available, how we find that data, and with our new teachers that are just getting used to this, we take a little extra time to sit down and explain how we pull data from the information that we have. For example, when our NC check-in scores come in, there's a report that comes in every question, what goal it aligns to, and sometimes getting our beginning teachers to sit down and focus on, okay, what goals based on our NC check-ins did our students do poorly in, and what did they do well in, and getting them to recognize that, and just how to find the information so that they can apply that to what do I need to do for interventions, what goals do I need to work with our math tutor on, which kids need to go to her, and trying to dig in and pull that information out. We're doing the same thing with reading. I still have a reading tutor position posted, not been able to fill it yet, but that's one of the hopes that we're trying to fill that as soon as possible. But a lot of it is just taking time to sit down and teaching them how to dig into that data to see what they can find, and then match it to the North Carolina standards.
And we're in the 4th month of school right now. Have you seen any improvement with these teachers?
I have seen a lot of improvement with our beginning teachers. We do have we have 1 new beginning teacher. It's a first-year teacher, and he's actually a band teacher. I'm not an expert at band, but I know improvement when I hear it. There's a huge improvement. If you want to see growth, go to a 6th grade band classroom the first 2 weeks of the school year, and then hear what those kids do at Christmas. And that is a way to show growth. But since he teaches at Nakina and Williams, and there's not really another band teacher, I've paired him with Miss Slaughter, who is the band teacher here at East Columbus. She worked for me at Hallsboro when Hallsboro Middle was open, and he has developed a good line of communication with her. She's actually come to Nakina after school to meet him and do some things.
Good.
And I've also put him in contact with Miss Hairston, the band teacher at South Columbus, and he is actually going to, with South Columbus, to the band competitions this year. He helped out with the band concert, so getting him involved with some of the other more seasoned band teachers in the community, and that has helped him a ton.
Thank you.
Who does your morning announcements?
I do.
You do?
Yes, sir.
Is there any consideration of involving student involvement in that?
We have discussed that. We haven't moved to that arena yet, but we have discussed the possibility of having students come in to help with the morning announcements. We talked about maybe starting it off with having one of the students lead the pledge. We do the Pledge of Allegiance every morning, and maybe having the students do the Pledge of Allegiance to begin with. But that's something that we've discussed. We just haven't taken it to that level yet.
All right. Any other questions?
All right, thank you, Mr. Boyd. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you all. We certainly do appreciate you guys taking your time to put that presentation together. So our 20 minutes turned into a lot more time, but a lot of that's due to us. So nothing.
Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the school improvement plans for East, Acme, Delco, Hallsborough, Artesia, Old Dock, and Nakina.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the school improvement plans for the 5 schools listed.
So move.
I have a motion from from Dr. Strickland and a second from Mr. Edwards. Any other discussion from anyone? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Nothing to report from Student Support Services this month. So we'll move to Auxiliary Services, review of information.
And we'll turn it over to Dr. Williams.
Paid a lot of money this month. That's good. We're making progress.
You say paid or made?
Paid.
I thought he said made too. I was hoping he said made.
Well, we're trying to, well, I don't know about making any. We're trying to save some every chance we get. Shawstack Design, we paid, well, we sent over 2 invoices, one for the West Columbus School, $11,617.23, excuse me, and Tabor City School in the amount of $31,498.28. There is an invoice for we have paid out of, which is our local capital funds of $8,939.89 for the final design work for the Hallsborough part of the Williams Township / Hallsborough roofing project. Barnhill Contracting Company submitted an invoice, application 7, $1,166,015.39. Is that 39 or 37? 37, if I could read my writing. And that was sent over for payment. Her pay application number 10, $13,662.98. Just one thing, we're starting to see Tabor City come up a little more now because we're in that area where hopefully after January the 11th, when the LGC meets, we'll be able to issue them a notice to proceed, the contractor that is. But we're actually still in phase 1 with Tabor City. I think we owe a little more than $40,000 to her, but part of this is we had, if you recall, we found a old terracotta sewer line under the building pad, which had to be bypassed, and that's been going on for several months now, and the allowance for that is almost exhausted, so that would be, any funds over that would require a change order. We only had two. One at West Columbus, and this will be the first at Tabor City. So we're doing good in that department, but that sewage bypass, of course, the longer it's taken to get ready to build, those amounts have accumulated. But we're still in the allowance, but I just want to just let you know we're almost at that point. We paid, we sent over for payment invoice from Ty and Associates, $15,959.25, and $13,442.20. One was from November and one was for December. Both of those for the West Columbus project. We paid a $73,747.08 to Vincent Lighting Systems Company, and that is part of the improvements to the auditoriums at South Columbus and East Columbus. And we have paid $2,840 to our consultant, who is basically overseeing those two projects. So those are the amounts that we paid this month for building. You want me to go over that next part? You got it.
No, you'll do it. And I just want to make one comment. At South Columbus the other night, at their concert, the lighting was so good. It really looked great after those changes have been made, and what Kelly has done to work with that group and getting the lights up there. It really made such a difference in the way that those performances were done.
Very nice.
Are we almost done with both?
I think this week sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, East Columbus is pretty well finished except for punch lists. So all the permits are cleared, curtains are up. There are a few things that will have to be done back in February. They're waiting on supplies. They're small things. And then we'll get a final walkthrough with the consultant and it'll be done. South Columbus, the big thing is we're still waiting on a COVID delay of the curtains. They wanted a certain color that was not produced, in mass on the usual basis, so they're having to wait in line to get that produced. That should be done in February, but they do have the electrical permit, everything's finalized there, the inspection's done there, so they just have a punch list and curtains that's out. Everything, hoists, the mechanical hoists, all the electrical work, the improvements above the stage, all the safety things that we discussed, everything's done except for just punch list and walk through with the consultant, make sure that everything's been done that's supposed to be done.
Great.
And the lighting did look good the other night. It really was.
Really
Yeah.
Okay, and just to add to that, I just received a call this morning from, we're just keeping our fingers crossed, which WT and Jeff have left, but I was told this morning by Southern Flooring that our bleachers would ship December the 17th. And we got to clarify with them or confirm if that means they would ship, as in they would arrive on the 17th, or they would be shipped and arrive sometime next week. I told them if they showed up at night to call us, and we would go let them in and let them start work there. But hope they're saying either way they should have them in and operable by January the 3rd. So we are just holding out that that's going to happen. They told me that today. The project at Sarah Gorder is really, West Columbus, is really going well. We had been blessed with good weather, but now we're almost to the point now where it can rain as much as it will, because they've got the top on the building, practically the main two-story part. So doing a lot of concrete pouring. It's like if you go, I go about twice a week, and it's just amazing how much is done from one day to the next, really. But they coordinate their work so well there, and the architect is really pleased. And as much as I know a little bit, I know I'm very pleased as well, because they're doing a super job for us. It's going to get interesting, obviously, because we're dealing with another contractor over at Tabor City, Monteith, and seems like we just learned all the names of the guys with Barnhill, but we'll be starting with a new group hopefully soon. The next item number 2, the Child Nutrition received an allotment of $37,559, which had to be used exclusively for recruitment and retention of staff. And what we have elected to do is, you may see it in the chart that was provided for you. We elected to, there's seven open positions, but we had to, allot funds for those and benefits. But of our 41 and some change, almost 42 positions, we gave $600 each, and you see the total $25,162.50, and then you have to add the benefits. And for the part-time positions, there were 2.63, and we gave $500 per position for a total of $1,312.50. Then you have benefits associated with that. Then we used some of our local monies to make sure everything was evened out, and that was $1,496.89. And we would ask that you would approve this. Approve this so we can give those payments to these folks. They so well deserve it, and we appreciate it, and glad to have the opportunity to get a little extra funds.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend the proposal for the child nutrition recruitment and retention bonuses for this school year.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding the bonuses for child nutrition, recruitment and retention proposal. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long. Second by Mr. Coleman. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, we have several documents that we must be approved as part of the process. And like I said, everything has been sent to the LGC to get on their agenda for January the 11th. We've received confirmation that we're on there. We received the county commissioner received a very favorable audit. Appreciate the job that they did there. The manager, finance director, and everyone there has been so helpful. With Dr. Meadows and me trying to get this together, and things are running very well so far. I hope we don't catch a snag. But I spoke to a representative from USDA today. They said if LGC approves on January the 11th, we could have a notice to proceed, and they will send them a letter. We could have a notice to proceed the next day, which is exactly what happened at West Columbus. So hopefully it goes as well this time. Just without that long delay, of course. But we have 4 different documents that must be approved. I don't know if we want to do those separate or together.
Together.
Mr. Bill, you've kind of had a chance to look at.
They're all appear to be in order.
Okay, the first one is basically a resolution which Ms. Benita will fill out that says we're just entering into financing, entering into a building phase, and we're going to finance part of the building. It's just a resolution stating such. The next one is the lease agreement, and basically what that agreement says is that the county owns the property. We had basically deed the property over to the county so we could go through the loan process and everything, because they are the ones to secure the loan. But this lease just means we're occupiers of the property during the term of the lease, which is the term of the payment, which is 40 years, and that we agreed to use it as its stated purpose for educational facility. We can't use it for any other purpose except for to educate children. They've got any other ideas? No. Got to use it for education. All right. Okay, which I know we don't. We're just tickled to death to get the building.
Can we be all be around and invited when we and burn this promissory note?
Well, I
40
hope,
years?
I'd
40
love
years.
to, I'd love to think so.
I will be.
I'll say yeah.
What about you, old man?
I sure would hope so, but I mean, look, 40 years, we'll know, I don't know. Anyway,
Well, let's go ahead and plan that, okay?
there you go, we'll go ahead and set
Mark
the
it on
date.
our calendar.
Yeah.
The third document is the deed of trust, which is, you know, it's, the deed was in our name, but it's held until the payment is made. Or it's held in the county's name until the payment is made, and at such time it's turned back over to us. And finally, the last is the installment financing contract. Excuse me, there's one more. We had it today. The installment financing contract, which is an agreement with our county, and J.P. Morgan Chase is the lender for this. If you recall, Truist was the lender for the West Columbus project. So J.P. Morgan Chase won the loan to provide the loan for this project. There is another document, and today when I was looking over these things one last time, I kind of saw that it was missing. And what it is, it's just an administrative agreement, and that is an extension of the very first one. It's a resolution that just states we're agreeing to build the project in partnership with the county commissioners. They will be the borrower, will be the ones that they'll be paying it back, but you know we're entering into a partnership to build and pay back the Tabor City school project. And those are the 5 documents that we're asking you to approve, and I think Ms. Benita she'll have to prepare them, and then you and Dr. Meadows will sign. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the draft bond documents for the Tabor City financing as Dr. Williams has presented.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding the approval of the documents for the Tabor City school financing. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Dr. Strickland. Any other discussion? All in favor of the said motion, let it be known by saying aye. I've got to work on that. I'm struggling with that today. Okay. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Okay. All right. We have sent out an RFQ for a roofing project. We had several roofing projects across the county, and we sent out an RFQ for some of them. Now, these weren't like the major projects. You say, well, $250,000. That's still a school building. That's still relatively a small project, but it is part of the Nakina middle school roof that was not completed in past years. And basically, what it is, it's a section of the main building, and it's the media center, and it's over the ag shop. Part of what we want to do at the main building is that we're going to put a pitch on that roof. It is completely flat, and we're going to put a small slope on that roof. It doesn't take much, and probably wouldn't ever see it unless you actually went up on the rooftop to complete. But the bids, frankly, came in so high that we basically took the one that was in most needed the most right now, and we moved the funding around to accommodate this particular project. But we asked that you approve the amount of $262,801 to, is it Long Roofing? D. Thomas Roofing for the Nakina, the roof at Nakina School.
So, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the contract, offering the contract to D. Thomas Roofing for the Nakina Roofing project. Just as a side note, we had in the capital budget, we had $190,000 for the Nakina project. We had under the Tabor City Middle School, we had 50,000 listed for that, so we're not going to do that besides just some patching, obviously, because we'll be closing that in a year and a half or so. And we had another 20,000 at Chadburn, and that one we're putting off until probably next year. It's holding its own right now, and so that's where we're taking the money from to bring the 190,000 up to the amount needed in this project.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding the board or Columbus County Schools accepting the proposal from D. Thomas Roofing in the amount of $262,801. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Long, second by Mr. Edwards. Any further discussion?
Have they done anything for us?
I don't know. Have they ever done?
I don't, not since I've been here. That BMI Roofing has done a lot of work for us. They've done the one at West Columbus, but this group I have not. We have not done anything that I can recall.
Will we be doing a retainer on that one?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. We always withhold 10%.
Okay. Perfect. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
The next item is a quote from TriTech Fire Security for the fire alarm system at the new Tabor City School. And we're asking that if you notice, if you see the quote in your packet there, it's $99,142.20. We want to ask that you approve this amount, but also as part of the quote, there are two addenda. One is for $1,125, and that is a site survey which is required by law for the call-out system for trouble, basically that alerts EMS, any kind of problems that we might have. This is a requirement, and what this does, folks, this is basically a survey that we do to see if we're going to need all this extra equipment. Now, since the county is going to the Viper system, Timmy is under the impression that we may not have to use the call-out system, which is $42,600. We may not have to enter into an agreement for this call-out requirement. If that is the case, that's great news, because that means we can hopefully eliminate it at West Columbus and save ourselves $42,000, so which has already been approved. So what we're asking today, that you approve the $99,142.20, the site survey amount of $1,125, and the actual equipment for the antenna call-out system, which would be $42,600, and the grand total was $142,867.20, and that is, if you recall, when we bidded West Columbus and Tabor City, we put the fire system in and the monitoring system as an addenda items, and they came in well over what TriTech is providing them, so we pulled those out. So we're saving lots of money. We're saving a lot of money by going with this, by bidding it ourselves. So that's what all this is about. Okay. We did the exact same thing at the West Columbus School.
So, Mr. Chair, I recommend that the board approve the contract with TriTech fire and security for the $99,000 and change, as well as the site survey and the antenna system for a total of a little over $142,000.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that the board approve $867.20 total for the Tri-Tech fire alarm system at Tabor City School, elementary school. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Dr. Strickland. Any discussion? How long will it be before we know if it's required with Viper?
I don't know at what time they do the survey. I know they have not done it at West Columbus yet.
Oh, okay.
So it'll be well into the project.
Okay.
Perfect. They don't, see, what we do as far as which is still in the rough end stage at West Columbus, they provide conduit and everything to run all these items, so they won't come in till later, so there's still time.
Okay.
Hopefully by then, they'll have that system up and running and we can save that money.
Yep. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Before we move on, what about my building out here? What's the last update?
All right, I called Timmy Hoffman today, and I didn't get a return from him, but it's still, the status is still the same. It's in the pipeline, and it's what I'm told that the workers do progress. So, but they're saying they're gonna have it in, but we talked about, Lord, please get it in by the springtime, but hopefully before that, but that's what I was told, the last word I have. The air conditioning unit, we still do not have the air conditioning unit in that goes to the building, so but we're still in the same place with that.
All right, the next item, this service agreement with Elevate is, as you all know, we have had difficulty with math teachers at East Columbus. We had Mr. Falk work really hard this year to sign and get math teachers for all of his classes at the beginning of the year, and then had a math teacher resign after a month or two to go to another school that was closer to her home. And so we have been teaching this semester, the rest of this semester, using teachers at our other schools during their planning periods to teach the classes here at East. That's been okay, but obviously that's hard on the teachers and, difficult on the students as well. So we're going to try this semester for that position to partner with this company, Elevate. They will provide it's virtual. The teacher will teach 5 days a week for the entire period, which is something that hasn't been happening in terms of the other process. We will have to pay a facilitator to be in the classroom to monitor the students while they're there and assist the students as much as possible. But this agreement will, they align to our scope and sequence for the course. It will be Math 2. And it's to teach 4 periods of that during the day. It's a $37,000 agreement. That's how much it will cost for us for those 4 classes for the semester. We'll see how it goes for this year and see if it's something in the future. We learned the other day, just as a side note, because I know that our math teacher positions has been a challenge, but across the state, only 30% of the children across the state are receiving instruction teaching in math by certified teachers. 30% in the state.
Wow.
So we are not any different than anywhere else in terms of trying to find math teachers. And
Same in South Carolina too. I know at one time there was a international faculty program. Is that still available or not?
Yeah, and we have a teacher here on this campus that comes through that. They maxed their limit in the state this year. They're only allowed so many, and they hit their capacity like beginning of August.
Okay.
And so we weren't allowed to, anywhere in the state, they weren't allowed to hire anymore. Yeah. So,
How was that particular teacher doing here?
I think well. I mean, I've heard positive things, so I've heard.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't even know Jamie was sitting there.
Philippines.
Mr. Miguel is very well organized, and so his materials, his content knowledge is extremely solid. He is, when we did the process of hiring, we, wanted to, who would work best with our students, and he had we felt the ability and the desire to be flexible and also do great chemistry on a shoestring budget. So basically he was able to talk about some things that, if I had this budget, I could do this. If I had this budget, I could do this. And his classroom management is it's doing very well. The students respond. I was a little worried about, language, but his English is impeccable. It's a little too, very proper. And so that's how they're trained to learn, English. But as far as there's no classroom management issues this semester, and the students are responding. They've learned to adjust. His materials are always there. Resources are there. He hasn't missed but like 1 or 2 days, so he's done a phenomenal job.
How's the discipline in that class? Pretty good?
Yes, what I'm saying is it's pretty much, he has 2 physical science classes and a chemistry honors. And as of right now, we've had no reported incidents in that class.
Yeah, a lot of times at the international faculty, sometimes language barriers
There's
can be
a lot of times
a
a
struggle.
language barrier, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
but it's been very good.
Oh, it's very,
Thank-
like I said, he's laid back personality. Students really respond well to him, so it's been very successful.
Great.
Thank you.
So this is $37,000 for 4 classes for the whole semester.
That's right. 5 days a week for the entire period for that teacher or teachers, whoever ends up doing it, to teach those classes. Be the same teacher for the entire class, that particular class. Now, they may be 4 different teachers. I don't know that, but they would teach a group of students the entire semester. So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the Elevate K-12 Master Services Agreement for the remainder of this year.
Okay. You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that the board approve the Elevate K-12 Master Services Agreement for the remainder of this school year for the East Columbus math teacher position. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Have a motion by Dr. Strickland, second by Dr. Long. Second by Mr. Long. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor of the said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
The next item at the last board meeting, there was a request to have a resolution that demonstrated the board's opposition to requiring mandating vaccines for our staff based on that OSHA compliance to the president's order. And so even though right now that is in a stay, we still brought this resolution to the board. We can still submit the resolution to the state saying that we are in opposition if that's what the board wants to do. And who knows in terms of where the courts will go. Right now, like I said, it's in a stay, but at some point the courts may open it back up and say, or give a different ruling in the future. So really, I leave this to the board in terms of whether you want to move forward with that resolution.
Open discussion, gentlemen.
I say move forward.
I was going to say the same thing. I don't see what it could hurt. I mean, I don't think it's going to go any further, but why not send it?
Well, I think there's enough out there overturning vaccine mandates across the entire country that I don't think it's going to go anywhere. So,
Neither do I.
I think we should see.
I agree.
Okay.
At least
All right.
you're on record, a check.
Will be on record,
And
that is correct.
if they do, if some executive order would come down or something, then you've got something in the file for.
Correct. All right.
Mr. Chair, I'd recommend that the board approve the resolution opposing the emergency temporary standard that's issued by OSHA.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the resolution stating our opposition to vaccine mandates for our staff. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion? Okay. All in favor of the resolution, let it be known by the, by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Right.
Do you have that for signature? Okay.
The next item are the proposed graduation dates for our high schools. The June 2nd at 6 o'clock at West Columbus for CCCA, East and South on June 8th at 10 a.m. for South and 6 p.m. for East, and West on June 7th at 6 o'clock. I'd recommend that the board approve the dates and times and locations for graduation.
Those are going to be 22, right?
Oh, yeah, they sure are. I need to change that, don't I? Should be 22. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn.
Times fly.
I know it. I haven't started typing 22 yet.
I know. You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding the graduation dates with the change to 2022. What's the pleasure of the board?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Edwards.
Second.
Second by Dr. Strickland. Any further discussion? All in favor of the proposed motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the next item is policy 3620. The high school principals have requested that we make a revision to this policy. Currently in the policy, it states that any school-sponsored prom, party, banquet, or other social activity must be held on the school campus. I had one principal that asked me if they could have it at another location because it would cost them less money than the decorations that they have to put into the cafeteria to make prom look the way that they want prom to look. So we talked about the language. I asked the high school principals, and they have been asking, they say they've been asking for this to be changed. So you'll see the language that is proposed in there, that any school-sponsored prom, party, banquet, or other social activity can be held on a school campus or a pre-approved location within Columbus County and that law enforcement is required for any off-campus prom, party, or other social activity. So I would recommend that the board approve a change to policy 3620.
Okay. You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent regarding the revisions to policy number 3620. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman.
Second.
Second by Mr. Long. Discussion?
The law officers will be paid by that school, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be my concern.
And do we have a deadline on when they submit?
I would have to do that in terms of a, a date, depending on a couple months beforehand. I mean, they'd have to do that in order to sign an agreement with somebody.
Okay.
Will our school insurance pay for something like that off campus?
Yes.
It'll cover it?
It will.
Yeah.
Just like field trips.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We take kids on a field trip, things like that. I've actually never been in a school system where they weren't held off campus.
Really? Okay.
I think it was changed years ago, and you folks may be able to help me. Years ago, a couple of schools, even before we consolidated high schools here, that some of the schools were having to out at the beach or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was getting hazardous.
Yeah, and I told them
Brought 'em
that
back
we would
home.
not do anything at the beach. It would be in Columbus County only. And that's
There's
why
enough
we did-
venues out there.
Yeah, now there's
Yeah,
several
yeah.
in
Right.
And
Columbus.
those venues weren't available.
They're
then,
nice.
but
Right.
Yeah.
So you're actually going to require this to be in Columbus County?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor of the recommendation or the motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
All right, the next item is a school trip for Tabor City Middle School to go to WonderWorks in Myrtle Beach for a PBIS incentive. If it's out of state, remember, it comes to the board.
Right.
So I'd recommend the board approve this school trip request.
Okay. For the recommendation from the superintendent for the board to approve the trip request for Tabor City Middle School to travel to WonderWorks in Myrtle Beach. What's
So
the
moved.
pleasure of the board? Motion by Dr. Strickland,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any further discussion? All in favor of the said motion? Let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, the next is obviously that monthly review of the face covering policy in terms of whether we do option A, which is where face coverings are required, or option B, where they are optional. You'll see a letter that's there from the health department in terms of the positivity rate that she submitted. I think it was on Friday, was when she gave that to us.
5.5%.
Just above 5%, 5.5 I think it was. It dropped down and then it went back up. It had dropped below 5 and then it went back up. Just a couple of things to note. We did our vaccine clinics for 5 to 11-year-olds, November 23rd through the 25th. We did the second dose is happening now or just happened. So basically, they would be completely vaccinated after 3 weeks. So I would recommend, in terms of making sure that those children who have gone through the process of being vaccinated are fully vaccinated before we make masks optional. That would be my recommendation. The principals voted last week at our principals meeting whether they wanted masks to continue to be required or whether they wanted them optional. They voted 11-3 for them to be required. They really want us to get through the holiday before making them optional. We have seen a decline in the numbers of COVID cases, and in October we had 35 cases.
My opinion is, and I think we got a lot going on this week with concerts and everybody coming into the schools. But we kind of, when we had those first meetings, sort of told our parents that the numbers got back close. Well, they're pretty close in my opinion. But really, with all going on this week, and we're only talking about 2 or 3 days here, I think we should make them optional, but I think it should be January 1st when we come back to school after Christmas, because nobody will be in school after 12 o'clock Friday anyway.
Well, we only have 2 weeks before our next meeting, as far as school time.
And you at least be able to see how they were affected, everybody was affected during the
And
holidays
I
too.
know Bladen County
Yeah.
did that, and now they've had about 7 classes that have been quarantined over the last month.
How is New Hanover County doing?
Brunswick County has gone up a little bit too.
What about
I don't know
New
about
Hanover? Yeah.
I know Horry County is very high right now,
Yeah.
as far as what they've been used to.
You had a lot reported over the weekend.
A lot reported over the weekend.
It was over 1,000 in Horry County.
Yeah.
The most they've had in a long time. But now that was today. It might have been
No, I'm just saying,
accumulation from the
you
weekend.
know, we have 2 weeks before our next meeting. I'm like Steve about everything we got going on, and we only have 3 more days before we get out for Christmas. And at least we'll be able to see some kind of sign. Because if we're expecting any kind of spike at all, it's gonna be over these holidays.
Sure.
And I think we need to be just as willing to come back and change it back to
Oh, yeah.
put the mask back on them if the numbers warrant it. And I don't think we ought to change it right now. I mean, what are we talking about, Friday here? And they'll be out of school for 2 weeks, and then those kids will be fully vaccinated already. So let's come back from Christmas. I mean, that's Steve's opinion.
My recommendation is that we leave it required, and then at the January board meeting, we continue to see what we see right now, that we make them optional at the January.
What is the date of the January
The
board
10th.
meeting?
So we
January
have 1
10th.
week.
So we've got literally 5 days of class.
Because the students will come back until, what, the 3rd?
They come back on the 4th.
Fourth,
So they have
okay.
4 days that week, and then that Monday,
Yeah.
we would have a meeting. We could, if the numbers stay like they, continue to see like we're seeing right now, then on the 11th, they would be optional.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we remain on option A until our January 10th board meeting and then revisit the numbers. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to see.
Motion by Mr. Edwards.
Second.
Second by Dr. Strickland. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, next is an update. So just a few things. One, in February, our meeting is scheduled for February 14th. Now, I don't know if any of you intend to take your wives to dinner on February 14th, but didn't know if you wanted to move it to Tuesday, the 15th.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I won't be here on the 15th.
You won't be here on the 15th?
I won't be in basketball.
Well, do we need to move it to, I know that the commissioners don't want us to do it on Mondays, the first Monday, but do we need to move it back to the first Monday that month?
Yes.
Would you rather do that?
I had.
That'll be the 7th, right?
Yep.
Yep. Anybody have issue with that?
I do not.
Fine.
Everybody okay with that?
Their request was so that they could attend the meeting. And
Right. One time for us to do that, I think.
Right.
Would think would be okay. Everybody okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
February 7th? Okay.
Yes. Send a reminder to me, Benita. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so you all know that the state budget was approved. There were lots of pay changes in the state budget, which is great in terms of pay increases, bonuses, things like that that are coming out. They are very complicated because of the way that there's so many different bonuses. One bonus is for just teachers, one bonus is for teachers and instructional, one is if you're employed on December 1st, one's if you're employed on January 1st. Well, it's like some can be paid now, some can't be paid till January. The pay raise, the actual step increase and pay increases have to be paid, the retroactive part has to be paid as a bonus in January. It's
Good
very,
God.
very complicated.
Let's make something very difficult.
Yeah. So one of the things, though, that Ms. Allen and I discussed was that there is one bonus that's in there, and some of you may have seen it in the newspaper, different newspapers about state bonuses, a bonus for all state employees, okay, including school districts, and it was $1,000 for permanent employees who make over $75,000, $1,500 for those who make under $75,000. Okay, so regular payroll is being submitted tomorrow for direct deposit because we pay early in December. So what Ms. Allen and her staff are going to do is take that one bonus that's either $1,000 or $1,500 and pay it on December 30th. Do a deposit for it to be paid out on December 30th in a separate check, and then the other bonuses, other pay raises would be in January. It gives people some pay at the end of the month because there is a long window between December 16th or whatever it is and January, the end of January when they get paid. So, so that one thing to try to help with that. The other bonuses will have to come in January, because there is, some of them, we don't even have instructions yet from the state on what the law really says and means. And each one of those bonuses, the finance at the state sends down an FAQ that gives direction about what to do. So, but that's finance was going to work that last week of December, and so they will get those bonuses out on December 30th.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm going to bring this up. I've had quite a few complaints regarding errors in the supplement pay.
So
have we gotten that straightened out?
It was fixed before the checks were even paid. So the checks there were errors that were made, and people see their direct deposit before their direct deposit is even really direct deposit.
That makes.
And so once the error was realized, it was corrected that pay was paid on that Monday. They had checks on that Monday that corrected that.
That were correct. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Many of you were at our town hall that we had in January. I think that it was a good turnout, especially online and face-to-face. I think it was a good meeting. We had I heard positive comments after the fact. Just to remind everybody, we do have another one that will be on February 24th. It will be here at East. And so we will figure out what are those topics we want to share on that date. And do kind of what we did the last time of make a presentation from leadership team and then allow for questions, concerns to be shared. Here at East? And it'll be here, yep.
So what day,
February 24th. Okay. And we'll probably do it in the auditorium if we can, and so that we can make sure we have enough space. We'll kind of see.
Same time?
6, I think it was 6, isn't it? Oh, Kelly's gone. I think that's what it is. And just to recognize, our arts teachers have just done a great job. The performances that I've been to so far have been outstanding. Obviously, our students have a lot of talent and have demonstrated that over this last week, and I look forward to what's going to happen this week. But I really want to recognize our fine arts teachers, because the programs have included not just, our bands, but our chorus, our visual arts, to dance, theater, and they really do a great job and bring a lot out of our students in terms of their talent. And then the last thing I have is that, remember, on January 7th is our auction for Mount Olive, and so we'll see what happens on that date. And then you see all of the dates to remember. And then, Ms. Nowlin.
What time is the auction?
10 a.m. 10.
I believe it's 10, yeah.
All right.
Okay, as Dr. Meadows mentioned, we are just getting the data in for the budget that's passed. So we're planning to present the budget in next month. But the numbers that we have at this time are estimated in the document until we actually do final allotments. You will see that state budget is 46.94% expended. You also see some notes that employee benefits are automatically funded, the 09 when you see the negative there. The VIF, the international teacher, that has to, when the budget passes, they'll give us the ability to transfer positions for that one position. Number 3, again, that's one of those allotments that have not been sent down yet, but we will be receiving. 4, transportation, again, has open purchase orders that exceed kind of their budget, and they're still anticipating additional allotments in, so we're monitoring that. You will see your local budget is at 43.81% expended. Federal budget, 14.96% expended. Capital outlay, about 63%, 63.9%. Child nutrition, 42.77. And Fund 8 is our grant funding, so that will be varied, and so you'll see close to more exact numbers on revenue next budget. Any questions or concerns?
No questions or concerns. This will actually be my first budget that I have seen, actual budget.
I think it's mine too. Been here 6 years.
I've been here going on 4. I'm now working on 4, and it's the first time we've actually gotten a budget.
A lot to be said.
Yes, there is.
Yep. All right, so just need a motion for closed session.
I move that Columbus County Board of Education go into closed session for the purpose of discussing information that is privileged, confidential, or not a public record under General Statute 143-31811.
Second. I have a motion for closed session by Mr. Coleman, second by Mr. Edwards. All in favor of said motion, let it be known by the sign of aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in closed session.
I'm here.
I think sound like the radio.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the personnel list as presented in closed session.
We have a recommendation from the superintendent to approve the personnel list that was discussed in closed session. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Long, second by Mr. Edwards. Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the proposals submitted by Columbus County for the county to purchase the central office building at 817 Washington Street for $350,000 and to lease the building at 2586 James B. White Highway North to Columbus County Schools, Building A, to Columbus County Schools for $1 a year for a 40-year lease with a renewal process.
Okay. Heard the recommendation of the superintendent that Columbus County Schools accept the county's proposal to sell our central office located at 817 Washington Street to the county for $350,000. And then additionally, we will lease the site at 2586 James B. White Highway North, Building A for $1 a year for 40 years with 20-year or 4 5-year renewals.
That's right.
What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Dr. Strickland. Any further discussion? All in favor of said motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion to adjourn by Mr. Herring, Mr. Edwards, second by Mr. Coleman. Is that right?
That's fine.
All right.
And let me just say before you adjourn that our next meeting is January 11th at Chadburn Elementary. Okay? Sorry.
All in favor of adjournment?
Aye. January the 11th.
Motion carries. January 11th.
The third is on a.
Oh, maybe it is the 10th.
The 10th.
Yeah, it is the 10th.
Sorry, the
11th is
10th.
Tuesday.
Whoops. Sorry, January 10th.
The 11th is LGC.
Yeah.
That's what I marked my calendar by. You're right, the 10th is.
Local government. That's who approves it for the schools. Yeah. Come on, ma'am.
Understanding correctly, the thoughts that y'all had during the math discussion, you were saying you thought that it would be okay to let them be optional for tomorrow and then reconsider if needed?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
But we need to follow whatever the numbers dictate us to do.
Okay.
That it?
And I don't have any problem with waiting for them to go. Till January 14th or whatever.
We're gonna have to work this thing out, girl. When I have to sign something with work,
You're welcome. You
all I
take
do
care
is
of my
click a button.
friend.
It says sign here.
Follow whatever the numbers dictate for us to do. I don't have a problem.
We use the W sign.
I'll see.
And I don't mind running by.
But in 4 more days, it will be January 10th. So we're going to January 10th.
Okay, thank you.
One of them, but
Okay, I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I do need to revise one thing.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll see you.
Mr. Longrana said yes, Thursday morning.
Oh, okay.
I know you would.
No, you can put it right there.
Welcome, Dr. Strickland.
Yeah, I've
It gets chaos at times.
Yeah, we got to take care of it.